Well, let's see now what's going on. Good morning. Welcome to Monday, the 20th of July, 2026. My. It is an interesting morning here in the neighborhood. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that everything that I am watching on my two primary monitors is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So that makes a complete, transparent, and fully accountable journal. much more so than I could do by trying to screen snap and type and those kind of things. So that's what it is and how it works. Now, I only trade live, real-time, statistically vetted setups, and I trade live, real-time on Bookmap. That's where I execute. That's right here. You see, interestingly enough, here's our open last night. We're up about 60 handles. Go figure, the piece broke down, war is up, we're blowing people up, and so the market decides that's a good reason to go up. Go figure. This is IRT, which is my typical old-fashioned charting package. And it is where I develop strategies and backtest to statistically verify that a setup has a positive expectancy. Trades over here which are executed by the computer, like here, for example. I restarted, so I've got to do some stuff here. For example, these would be pushed to this chart, which is just for visualization, and it doesn't have anything to do with the trading system, and they're done within the simulated environment of IRT. Obviously, I'm not going to test out a new idea with real money on the market. So there's that. And let's get back over here to Bookmap. Now, the first typical thing, and one thing, was, of course, it's important to remember. This, even though I trade live, real time, and only on the stream, I don't take any trades off the stream ever, nor have I ever. And you'll never see a playback or a replay or one of these, I saw it was up here, so I went down here and I saw we double bottom here and I got long and what. No, it's all real time. It's graphed out and plotted out by Bookmap. So there can be no question. And however, this stream is not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to do that, and nor do I intend to. The idea is I'm doing what I'm doing now, live and real time, with the idea to precipitate some conversation, ideas, and generally provide accountability for my trading and my trade business. So that's that. Let's get on to the numbers, of which there are basically none. So the reports for the day so far are basically nothing. Here's investing.com. And this thing is giving me a trouble here, and I'm not having too much fun with that. Investing.com. It is traditional economic news and calendar events. And you'll see that today there's only one U.S. leading index. And to be honest with you, I don't know what that is. I don't remember. I'm sure it's been around a while. I don't remember seeing it. And it's only 2 stars. It's at 9 o'clock. The thing about investing.com is they only report traditional economic news or events. And I like that. And I enjoy the format here because I like the way it's laid out so that I could copy and paste in Discord or somewhere. You can filter for wherever you are or whatever reports you're interested in. I guess we're doing everything all right here. Looks like it's streaming right along. I made a whole bunch of changes over the weekend, so this is going to be a big experiment this weekend. This week, today primarily. Anyway, and we are in earnings season now. Nothing much today, but Wednesday we've got the Alphabets and Tesla, and it's ramping up. You noticed that last week there was maybe 50 or 25, and now we're about three mouse scrolls down. So the earnings is ramping up. The other news source that I use for trading is Financial Juice. Excuse me 1 minute. Financial Juice, and it is similar to investing.com, but with a couple of differences that I like. This is the calendar function, and this is a squawk box function. You can filter for, again, it's free, just like investing.com, and you can filter for wherever you are. The thing with Financial Juice, they try to pull events which have been recognized to be high risk for our auction into the calendar if they can through the day, like Trump is going to give some speech or something, all of a sudden, or whatever, or whoever, Rubio or something in this war going on. We don't know. That could be a big risk to our auction. And this right side or right column here is like a running squawk box, which also picks up current things is kind of as they happen, not real time, but close. So it gives us some idea about the auction. And none of this is a political comment. It's a fact that in today's environment, our primary job as traders is to preserve our account. The only way that you can fundamentally do that is risk management. The only way you can manage risk is if you know it's coming. So I really appreciate that. And I think that's a real important distinction. It's got no political comment at all. This is about trading and about risk management. So there we are. Now let's get on to, the pre-market. And that is, again, as I said, well, here's our open last night at 1700. And here we went, 60, whatever the hell that is, 70 or 45. So that's basically 60 handle. Go figure. Obviously, London took off. Yeah. Similarly, over here, this is IRT, my old charting setup. I'm real anxious to see what happens when we open today to see if this lag story has been fixed or minimized. Just quickly, and if you look at the header of any of these reports or any of these windows, you'll see that there's the instrument. Well, there's the chart name, but it means nothing to anybody but me. Instrument, chart type, periodicity, and session. So you always know what you're looking at. This tab is my micros, micro ES, micro NQ, the high time frame, micro composite chart for the micro ES, and this is the volume profile or market profile. I don't change the market profile from ES to MES, but I do change it from full session to RTH session. That's the only change I make there. And this tab is the minis. Same exact layout, just the minis. That's pretty it, right? So let's get on with the high time frame down. This is my micro composite chart. Again, MES, daily candles, the day sessions, and it's the RTH. So each one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session. Here was Friday. Wasn't it? Let's check. Yep, there was Friday. And obviously, gap down, didn't close the gap, who knows what. The way I do this is, and this may be right, this may be wrong, but I'm consistent. Wherever price overlaps, I continue the volume profile, which makes a micro composite volume profile. That generates a micro composite VPOC, the high and the low. These high and low volume nodes, which are these represented by the red and green lines here. And the values for these high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap. The rest of the data from here, like the MCVPOC, for example, I manually put over there. When price doesn't overlap, boop, that's the end of that volume of that micro composite. And we'll see what happens today. You see this little white nub right here? That's where we're trading currently. So we are overlapping on Friday at this moment. And I will probably, and this will be the start of a new micro composite, just like right here, gap down, started over, same story, gapped up, started over. That's how it works. And the session prices here also push automatically to Bookmap. And this is Bookmap once again. Man, hold on a second. Okay. If you don't know, this is Bookmap. The right columns from the right are the micro composite, where I just mentioned I enter all this stuff. And we're gap up today. Here's where we're trading up here now, and here's the close from last week. And it's, boy, there's everybody down here. Look at this. So this is the gap low. I got to get better at it. And this is something new for me because I used to keep gaps. I had a different definition of gap. Hold on, this is why I don't multitask, right? And this is the gap low from, what are we, 20, 19, 18, 17. There we go. And wherever we open will be the gap high. Now, the way gaps work by definition industry-wide is the close to the following RTH open. Previously, I always considered a gap from the RTH high or low to the current day's open, but that's not correct. That's inside or outside bar. And to do with the new data stuff I'm using, I want it to be more accurate and more correct. So there we are. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. Will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset at 8:30. The statistics column, which is real important to me, and the session prices. I have no DOM here on Bookmap anymore because there was too many columns and I wasn't using them. I trade with the active data column here. So I do have the two most important DOM columns visible. That is the level 2 book, complete level 2 book at all prices, right here, ask and bid, and the session and the price ladder, obviously. Now I keep things real simple: volume, statistics, and price. Can't get much more simple than that. And that works good for me. And this is the heat map or the chart, whatever you want to call it. This is the last price that's being plotted here, not the bid or the ask, but the last. See that? And all that you see here, there's no indicators. There is only price. And for example, the POC, which is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight session, 74.95 was the price at which 3,175 contracts traded. The second that any other price trades 3,176, this yellow line will go there. It plots the whole history because I want to see which way it's moving, but it's just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Globex VWAP, and there's RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price. You could argue that's an indicator, and yeah, okay, it's calculated, so knock yourself out. And here is the mid. These are levels pushed from IRT to Bookmap that I will trade off of based on a strategy that's over there. And here's the previous IB high and the previous RTH high, etc. And that's it. The IB high and low sometimes confuse people because of their naming, I think. It's the initial balance high or low. I don't know who decided it was the initial balance, but somebody did back in the market profile days, probably Stottlemyre, I guess. So what those two levels represent really is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's it. Nothing more complicated than that. Now let's look at the statistics quickly here, which is really important. The first thing I do is make sure that this column title is correct for the statistic open type of today. And the way you calculate that or determine that is only two criteria. Here is price. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous or relate to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. So it's higher than the close. How would that relate to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high, and down here somewhere is the low. So it's higher. It's higher in range. So we need to change the column title here. That's first, I believe. Higher in range. And I always do that for a reason every day, so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, all I have to do is look at the column title and I know the configuration of our open. And now we need to clear out the statistics from Friday because they're from Friday. And now let's get the statistics for today. And they come from IRT, the statistics study. Here was Friday. And here we are today, higher in range. That's what we just figured out. Now, the way the system works is, first of all, IRT will highlight the correct open type in this blue, but only after we open at 8:30, which is not very handy now. We want to do this before the market opens. The system will look back at 1,830 days, the most recent 1,830 trading days. Of these 1,830 days, we opened higher in range 571 of them. Of the days we opened higher in range, we revisited price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.9% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.9. Oh, come on now, let's get it on the right button there. And that's all there is to it. That's something simple, huh? The next one is the overnight mid, which is 74.6, and that is right there. Overnight high, 74.6 also. Oh, isn't that cute? This should be a real eye-opener, or at least you should realize these are probabilities. Quite obviously, if we're going to get to 74.6 or up here, we're going to have to do something to get through 80.9 and whatever these others are, right? These are probabilities, period. What's that one? Previous high. Let's see that one here. Where'd the previous high go? Previous mid. Where'd previous high? P high is 58.1. Well, there you go. There you are. Damn. Come on. Previous close is 68.8. I'd be high, 67.8. Well, I'm thinking that ought to be right up here, and we can't get that because it was a high of Friday. So let's just tag it right underneath here, huh? 67.8 IB high. And I want to make sure you understand that I do those initials because what's the definition, right? Well, it's the high or low of the first 1 hour. So immediately, the minute we open, this price is going to jump down above price. And so will the POC come up, etc. POC, by the way, is 66.2. Already got that over here, I think. We took out that one here last week. I think, didn't we? I'm going to have to check and see. I'm not going to put the close one in there. Or previous close. What's that? Previous POC. Oh, wait a minute. That's the EV POC. Oh, did I make a big mistake here? This is down here. There we go. That's the overnight volume point of control. This is the previous RTH volume point of control. I'm all goofy here. Sorry about that. And that is 66.2 POC. There we are. All right. Now I'm going to do something that I do every day, I hope. This all working out all right, which is called the TLab snap. And that's just something I do every day at about 8:20. Bear with me while I do it because I don't multitask well. I warned you about that. Okay, so the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And there's a guy that started it named Tom B. And he's been trading for 48 years or something. Started out as a money manager professionally. I would be amazed if he manages anybody else's money now. I'm sure he's just trading his own account, but you never know. Anyway, it's not a trade calling nor a live trade room, but there's a lot of good advice in there and there's a lot of good people. And you are never solicited for anything, even though it's sponsored by Bookmap. And of course, they would like you to subscribe. You know, I mean, that's pretty obvious. So every day, just as I spent a lot of time in there originally, or not originally, but recently. And so every day I post this. I post the reports early in the morning, and then I post this snap because a lot of people in there don't have similar charting. So this gives them all the idea and all the possible stuff that they would want to look at numbers wise. And it's kind of just kind of a tip my hat or a show of respect or solidarity or whatever you support for the TLab and Tom and all the people in there. And to be honest with you, the stream essentially grew out of a suggestion from Tom, I think, to focus on your own market. Focus on what you're trading and your screens, not yucking it up in some Discord room. And I took that literally, especially since I don't multitask well, or at least I don't think I do. Maybe I don't because I tell myself that. I don't know who came first, the chicken or the egg. I don't know. But anyway, so I'm trying to focus on my trading and accountability for that. And that's hence the stream. And there's a lot of great reasons for doing that. So I think we're pretty much up to speed here. That's kind of amazing that you got the TLab done. We got everything ready to go. I'm going to jump over here. I am going to do something over here that I haven't ever done before. I'm going to turn on fast market mode, turn on. Okay, it's on. I've never done that before. We'll try it. We're going to open in 7 or 8 minutes or so, 6 minutes. One thing I imagine you'll agree is important. If you're going to trade with Bookmap, you need to be able to trade. So you need to activate the trade control panel here and select an account. Then if you want to use any of these other instrument or any of these other tools, you can, but if I'm not, so I will click the button again and I get my real estate back on the screen. I have all my metrics displayed across the top, which is optional. You don't have to have any of them if you don't want, or whichever collection of them you want up there. And then I have cancel and close. So then I move to the setup here. First thing I want to make sure of is the statistics are right from last night. They are. Multi-trading is correct. Multi-brackets is on, and this is the multi-bracket. So I'm set up to trade over here. And now we're ready to rock. Again, let me say that I made a whole bunch of configuration changes. And let's hope everything works out all right. Otherwise, oops. Otherwise, oops. And good morning. If you're around the stream, drop something in the chat. I don't know if that still works. I hope so. Remember, it's risk neutral trading. This is my virtual trading journal. And the idea is it's certainly not my way or the highway. The idea is to be, I am developing a consistently profitable trading business. And any suggestions, comments are really welcome. And we're going to open here in a couple of minutes. So Yahoo Buckaroo, let's get going. Let's see what else we got happening here. The news is quite shocking, and so of course the market's going up. Go figure that one out. I don't know. Used to be when we had wars and people dying, the market didn't think that was very great, but apparently it's a different world now. Let's see. Yeah, I made so many changes. I really hope this all works out. I'll be so pleased if it does. Just back office stuff to do with the programs that were on this that are on this trade machine. We're only 3 or 4, I guess it is. There's Rhythmic and Bookmap and IRT and OBS. Just, that are actual programs. Well, I mean, snag it for copies. Been having big problems with IRT lagging. Oh, Jesus Christ, got a 160-minute lag going on now. That can't be right. Oh, that's not any good. Let's turn that off right away. Somehow. How the hell do I do that? Wow. I didn't. There we go. Now there's no lags. What the hell is that? I'm leaving that off. I've never turned that on in my life. That was just something that was suggested to me. It's this thing over here in the heartbeat. It's this fast market mode thing. I turned it on thinking that would be the thing to do, and this suddenly said 187 seconds. Lag. Well, I don't think that's any good. So, let's see. We're going to open now in a minute. And I will be ready for that when it happens. Let's hope. I'm going to move these. I'm going to I'll wait till after we open. I'll set it up. I don't want to change it. I want to see how the open unfolds here. And we got about 30 seconds. Supposedly what I've done is contained OBS and whatnot within the GPU, and then I have optimized priority for RTA or for IRT, and then Bookmap, and then the stream. So we'll see what happens. Falls on its ass. We start getting missing, lagging, dropping frames or whatever. I'll go back to the Back to the beginning, I guess. I wonder if I had to leave the music off for the open. That might be a good idea, maybe, huh? I have no freaking idea. There, that didn't look good. Well, we reopened, and now what do we got? We got 28-second lag on MES. That's not good. MNQ's not. Let's try this 15-second shit. What is that all about? Well, that didn't help much. No difference here than usual that I can see. No difference that I can see here. Got jumping and jerking around here now. Supposed to be off in 15 seconds. That's been a hell of a lot longer than 15 seconds. Oh, son of a bitch. That's off now, I guess. No, it still says fast markets. Oh, ridiculous. I don't know how to turn the damn thing off now. I don't want fast markets on anymore, and I don't know how to turn it off. It's supposed to have only been on for 15 seconds, and it's been having this little F up here for a lot longer than 15 seconds. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me. Now, that didn't work with the damn, so. Okay, well, that didn't work. Back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board, essentially. Let's change these to full session, or RTH session. That's annoying. Very annoying. And it still says it's on full session, which is just goddamn irritating. That's market crap. That didn't work at all like I had it planned. I've never tried that in 15 years or 10 years of trading with this. I thought it might be something to do. You never know. All right. I think it's just official that IRT has too much to do for a single thread machine or single thread program with this high data feed that we have. So that's what I'm thinking. And I don't know how to turn some bitch off now. I suppose I'm going to have to fast markets turn on. Okay, let's do that. And then we're going to do fast markets turn off. Maybe that'll work. There we go. Maybe that's not seeming to do anything. It didn't change anything. I guess we'll have to restart IRT again. That's fine. All right. Try to get on with the rest of it here. Here we have our POC that's migrated up. The low, the high is going to be up above here pretty quick. This is all out of whack too. So that didn't work out very good. And according to whichever AI thing was helping me do all this reconfiguring this weekend, my machine and my stuff is all optimized to run perfectly without any delays. So we'll see what happens. Which we obviously know is bullshit because it's delays. So there you go. All right. Now I do have a run this afternoon, or this in an hour. I've got to leave at 9:30, which is real inconvenient. But you know, life's what happens while you're making other plans. It takes me about 40 minutes, basically, unless there's traffic. So there you go. I'm going to now configure this for. The only thing that I may try going forward is tomorrow maybe will be to delay the stream and see son of a bitch is lagging 23 seconds. Look at that. Is to see if it's the stream, if it's OBS that's sucking all the oxygen out of the room. It's not supposed to have anything to do with this. There should be no impact now, according to some AI, something or another. But clearly it's bullshit, so. And I've got to turn off this and this and this and this and this. Man, this is ridiculous. It's so disappointing, you know. I have 4 frickin' programs running here, and I don't know how much, I don't know how heavy Rhythmic is in the background. I can't imagine that it's very heavy, but obviously this sumbitch doesn't like it. Oh, well, so much for that. Back to the drawing board. And I spent all day, well, hours yesterday, going back and forth and optimizing this and that and changing something else and up and down and back and forth and frame rate this and something else that. You know, encoder this and whatever. The stream is still streaming. Looks like apparently okay. Anyway, so here we are. It's just IRT that can't keep up. Book maps doesn't seem to lag apparently. I mean, visibly. So I'll just have to deal with it. Remember, there's whatever the hell that news is out at the top of the hour, and Well, we have the potential trade zones set up over here. That should be obvious, I hope. Here they are now. These are pushed from IRT. That's what I adjusted over here on this side. Go away, please. Thank you so much. Look at this bullshit. Sorry. Look at this BS. That fast market thing is still stuck on F over here. I guess it doesn't know whether it's foot or horseback. I'm just going to shut the damn thing off and reboot it here in a few minutes. I'll let it get its act together, and then it's calming down, at least in lags over here. I don't know what to say. I apologize to anybody who is using the session prices and who's going, what is this? What happened? What did we do? Well, we took out the previous high, the IB high, the overnight high. How high can you get, guy? You know, the high in the sky guy. We took out all of this stuff. Not even remotely interested in the previous RTA or the VPOC. What, you know, because of course the war is ramped up, people are dying, and the price of oil is going to go through the roof, and the Straits of Hormuz are not only are they not open, there's ships sitting around in the middle of it that are on fire. And so let's go up. What do you think about that? I think they should take some of these market people out, shoot them. Or make them, you know, send them over there. Send them over there and let them see what word looks like. Maybe they would have a different opinion. Or maybe I'm crazy. Maybe they're, you know, the news and stuff that as I understand it, is bullshit and bus tickets. Maybe it's not. That's not it at all. So let's put Blue Boy on the job over here. This is my top secret, super special, super duper indicator called vertical line. And I put that on the first print of each session. The logic is as follows. This inside column right here is always live active data. There's no question about it. This with Blue Boy is the first print of the session. So if I can see Blue Boy over here on my left, and I know that this is the inside column, there is absolutely no possibility that I cannot understand that this is the complete context of the session. I mean, that's the point. Works really well. I used to put flags in this column and all this kind of stuff, and it didn't really, Antonio, when he's around, remembers that. But I wasn't clever enough to sequence them, you know, like developing value area high. Well, here's what it used to be. It was this one, migrating VPOC. But I didn't put flags beside them, so it was impossible to tell what had happened. Well, you can't possibly not understand what's happening right here. There's price, here's the POC, there's the VWAP, there's the mid, you know? How can you miss it? You can't. So there we are. We're taking out gap highs and gap lows and gap, holy smokes, over here. Let's go. And as I said, I have a run at the bottom of the hour. 9:30, I'm sorry, not 8:30. I'll shut the trading off because I don't want, you know, I'll admit that my cat's a better trader probably than I am, but sometimes he gets a little, he doesn't pay much attention to risk sometimes, you know. And I find that irritating. I'm also going to change this just simply because I'm anal. I want it to be as accurate as I can. It looks like it went the wrong way now. Okay, who cares? Okay. Edit this drawing. Bookmap and I don't get along sometimes when it comes to this. There we go. That's about as good as you can get, I think. Well, we're down to 4 second, 3 second. Oh, F finally quit. Mr. F finally went away there. So I guess I don't know what. Well, that is really disappointing. As I said earlier, the only outlier that I have here that I haven't really tested in this RTH Open is the OBS in the stream. Even though it's all supposed to be calculated and being pushed and done 100% by the GPU, of course it doesn't lag or do anything, you know. I don't guess it would be a problem if the stream was lagging. It lags anyway with Bookmap, right? Or with YouTube, so. Here we go. We gonna pull back now, finally, and come to our senses, boys and girls? Let me just take a quick run around the house here and make sure everything's okay. Besides, good morning. Drop something in the chat if you're just lurking over there and let me know the chat's working. That'd be a big help. Thanks. Okay, I think I'm back. Let's check. Yeah, I am. Okay. What I will do here, I guess, is just continue to bitch about IRT and then until I'm getting ready to go, and then I'll restart it so that the lags will, you know, go away. The problem is not really, you know, I probably make more of it than it is, but here's the point. I pay for it and it's not cheap. And all I really use it for is pushing the session prices and just visualizing what I'm looking at, you know, like I'm looking at these things. I use it now off hours when I do the back testing and set up this, you know, vetting the system and all that stuff. That's a different story. But in the real market, there is no way I could be trading with IRT. There's no way you can trade with this 20, 15, 20 second, 50 second lag. And it's got this big lag because I just moved this a little bit. You know, there's no lag. It's goddamn annoying. Freaking annoying. You see this now again? That's annoying. The alternative, I guess, is I was exploring with people online in the TLab and Static yesterday and over the weekend is to just drop away from IRT finally and get back and go to Sierra Charts, which I used to use long ago. I actually still, it was pretty funny. They're persistent. I opened Sierra Charts and it immediately took me to the login page, and there's all my stuff and my old setup and everything else, and all I have to do is just, pay them whatever the thing is, $50 or something like that, which is the monthly subscription, and away we go. But my problem is that I share the session prices here with a lot of people in the TLab and every place, and they depend on it. And I use them right over here. I mean, all of these session prices, the high and low volume nodes, and these trading levels are pushed to Bookmap from IRT. So I don't say that I don't use IRT, but I could not be trading with it because of these lags. Right now there's a 15-second lag. What can I do here? I can't do anything. I couldn't be actually trading. I mean, and that's the point, isn't it? Here we go. Bingo, bango, boombo. Didn't close the gap from on Friday, and I'm guessing they're going to dump it. Yes, they are. Dumping it more than dumping it. I suppose that's got to do with truth. There's some news that just came out. There's no report. The only report we've got is this 2-star thing at 9 o'clock, which isn't happening yet. So, yeah. Hey, Richard, long time no see, my brother. I hope everything is going swimmingly in jolly old England. I'm so freaking sick of IRT. I don't know whether I'm foot or horseback over here. I spent all weekend doing all kinds of crap with AI, optimizing because of all these lags and stuff, and was all excited this morning to see what happened, and basically no real difference. You can see right now there's still a 50-second lag when there's a little bit of market volume come through, so it's just annoying. How's it with you, my friend? I hope everything's good with your side. I guess I'm going to have to switch to Sierra Charts or something. I don't know. God, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole to rebuild all this shit. Anyway. Yeah, so, this bunch of the clown car over here in DC, that's off too. Just everything, everywhere you look, that thing is upside down. I didn't see that in reality, but apparently Agent Orange went to the final World Cup to present the trophy and, of course, take a microphone moment. And when I didn't see it, and I won't go look, but apparently the reporting is that when they came onto the field to do that, the entire stadium erupted in boos and locked him up and all this kind of stuff. I couldn't be happier. His ratings are like negative numbers or something. I don't know how much longer the people that are paying money to try to support him will keep that up. I don't know. And you've had a turnover on your side, so I hope that's going to work out okay. Nope. There we go. Now I've got to wake up the girl and get ready for the 9:30 run here. Which is real inconvenient because that's exactly when this... That's exactly when the IB sets, of course. Well, looks like we're going to get one hell of an IB, huh? 62.21. Wow, 40 handles already. Oof. Yeah, well, guess what? The economy's in the dumper. Inflation's going off the map. People are being laid off. The war has just decided to be a war some more. And, yeah. And so the, market zooms up in the ETH. I guess it was a squeeze from London was trying to get a little bit more squeeze on them, I guess. So let's see here. Well, hey Antonio. Oh, Anton. Good morning. How'd the weekend swimathon go? I hope great. I hope you're buckled up. Looks like you got a storm coming your way. I think more around the Panhandle, but whatever it's called, I don't know. Some name or another. I spent all frickin' weekend working with AI and whatnot to try to reconfigure all of these programs on the back end to get rid of the lag, and optimize all the utilization and the calculation based on the hardware that I have, and it did exactly 2 times frickin' nothing, man. Still the same lag going on. I mean, nothing's bad. The stream is streaming right along, and I'm sure all of it was a help. A lot of changes. Because I had first set that all up myself with just, reading this or reading that or listening to some OBS video or something. And so this is all pretty much set up correctly, I guess. We'll see. But it didn't do the one thing I wanted to do, which was get rid of this crap. So the next order of business will have to be cutting over to it. I also Googled a bunch of ATAS, and it looks like the charting software that I would have to go back to maintain all these levels and export data and all that would be Sierra. The problem I have there is, they only use Denali. It means you got to have different. It's just overwhelming. And obviously, I haven't looked into it, but all of the other data, that means I would have to keep Rhythmic and you can't use Denali to power Bookmap or anything. So you got to have 2 data feeds actually 3, because you need DTN IQ feed for the historical. It's just bullshit. Just complicated. And here we go. We had a big pop overnight, of course, which is, I'm sure you guys both saw. Now we're showing them who's boss here, I guess. I've got to run TAM this morning at the bottom of the hour, so that's also inconvenient. I will shut down I'm going to do that now before I forget. Shut off the trading so Lucky doesn't come in here and decide to send himself to college or something. I hope the swim-a-thon thing went good for you. I hope also that the audio and stuff is coming through there with all these changes. I guess it is. Wow. Ooh, congratulations. That's really, and stiff competition like that's a bitch, but on the other hand, it really motivates, you know what I mean? You rise to the occasion. I'm sure that's a big help for your son indirectly. Well, that's cool. I always forget to mention it, but I guess you guys know if you if the stream looks furry or whatever, it's click the gear on YouTube, and I stream it in 1440p high def, so it's pretty sharp typically. Typically, yeah. Wow, that's yeah, that's pretty cool. That's very cool. Wow, yeah. That's amazing. Congratulations. You must be very proud, as you should be. I hope Mom and your daughter had a good weekend and she was able to lick her wounds on the gymnastics thing and move on with that. That's a sad one, but hey, life's short and you're dead a long time, you know. And when we're young, those kind of things are earth-shaking. Like, you know, I remember sports in high school, and it was like the end of the freaking world, you know. And then a year out of school, you don't even remember the game or something. You know what I mean? So it's all relative, I guess. I got to start thinking about getting ready to take Tam here. Let me look around. Yeah, my pleasure. I mean, just how I feel. Well. I'm so disappointed, man. I worked so long and hard yesterday. me and AI. I'd never really used before. It was kind of interesting, actually. The funny part about using that, I'm sure you guys have all done that, but the funny part of using one of those things is you start it talks to you like it's another human, you know. It's like, oh man, I know how frustrating it is for you, and you start and I have telling myself, wait a second, it's a freaking computer,
you know.
maybe it's just making all this up, which is what happens a lot, I believe. AI hallucination, they say, is one of the biggest deals, one of the biggest problems, and it says it so convincingly that people just believe it. And as it turns out, nothing's broken, apparently. It seems to all be working okay, but it certainly didn't fix the one issue I was trying to eliminate. It did give me a complete script, which I didn't try, to export the session prices from Sierra Chart to Bookmap and all of that. I'm just not in the mood to start doing extra data feeds, and I don't know what to do, Frank. And out the bottom we go. They keep pushing that IB lower. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't done any of the other stuff here, have I? No. Okay. Get rid of no trades last night with Mr. Marvelous, my little AI guy over here, what do you call it, algo guy. No trades at all. Let's just forget that then and go something. Go this. Go this one. There we go. Whoa, look at him go. Initial balance Chicago. Don't need that. Wait a minute. Yeah, need that one. London, da-doom. Let's see if we get the opening candle to work, or do I have too many open? Yeah, no, there it works. Okay, cool. Initial balance, all right. Get rid of that dashboard on the upper right and put on the IB for today. This is $12. Look how this thing works, and IRT is, I don't know how many, 150 or something a day. And I'm even curious if I could export. I don't think so. Export the session prices out of this. Well, look at us go. Boom. Here's the orb, or the levels from last night. Just finally broke out both of them, if you notice. Broke out both. I was still afoot here last night, and then I finally conked, and it never did do anything I wanted it to do. It didn't get to the 50. Finally got up here, and then, would have spanked your ass and gone up the other way. So I've given up on those orb. I think the attractive. Oh, wow, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that you had been a professional athlete, but that's really admirable. Yeah, it's amazing, especially in those personal sports like the gymnastics kids and the swimming kids. I suppose it's the same in all, but those wow, almost superhuman stuff. It's amazing. I didn't know that you were a professional athlete. I was professional blender sports. I was never a professional athlete at anything, ever. I did all that stuff, but I never got there for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, all right. So there we got that going. And a 41 handle IB so far. Well, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna restart IRT. Whatever we got. Yeah, 15 minutes after. Okay, I'm restarting this mother to hopefully eliminate the lags, make sure everybody's got a good session. Price is pushing out. I guess Tom over at TLab, you notice, I've always noticed that he had never pushed it or set up to push the level sessional prices or anything like that. And maybe I see why. I always thought it was strange that he hadn't done that, but I think I understand probably why not. Okie dokie. IRT, are you going to start up? And then I can get everything organized and then... And then. Oh, cool. Wow. Kayaking, now there's a great sport. I've only done it recreationally, but that's a lot of fun and a great sport. Obviously, all of the, special stuff you guys know how to do I was just a dumb shit in a boat, right? But a lot of fun. That's really great. Really great. Quite an accomplishment. And I'm sure it's quite an accomplishment over there. I would imagine that there's tremendous competition for those spots, I would think. As there are everywhere, I guess, but... Look at the bottom here. What do you suppose is going to happen now? If we don't fall out the bottom of this profile, look how flat that sucker is. Absolutely no taper or completed auction. If that doesn't haul ass to the bottom, I don't know what will. This gold line down here is from IRT. That is the balance. So if we reach this line, this will be a balanced profile volume-wise. Just FYI. Okay. What have we got here? No lags. Well, that's just lucky, ducky. I'll have to reset all of this stuff. Yep. Boom. 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 Okay, there we go. Save. I tried the fast market thing. That was a big mistake. That didn't work out like I had it planned. I'd never turned that on in all these years of using this thing. I didn't even know about it. It was one of the things Mr. AI suggested I try if all else fails, and I tried it and all else failed. Cool. All right. Well, she's just came by the door headed from the shower, so I better start gearing up for make sure everything's under control here for the big run. Yeah, if this doesn't, unless this IRT is completely toast again, if we don't have some breakdown here, I'll be freaking amazed. But just from a visual point of view, it's just obviously flat bottom. Those ledges are always... Well, that's great. All of that is great. Yeah. I can imagine that. I can imagine the competition is super over there. You know, really intense. Well, of course, yeah. That's the. That's always what they try to do, right? Barrier to entry. They don't want all those real talented kids from the poor part of town coming over there and showing up their little darlings, I guess, you know. Okay, let's see now if I got the right window going. Now I do. IRT is fingers crossed, no lags. That's okie dokie. I'm going to take a run around the house here and make sure that I've got my shit together. Yeah, I'll be back here pretty quick. Depending on traffic, it's, you know, can be 35, 40 minutes. I will talk to you down the road. Let's see, I've got the, Lucky can't be doing any trading. I've got the right window on. I've got. Okay, cool. Back in a flash.
heavy load is taken.
All right, what happened? Well, they broke the IB low, and here we are back at the pullback, and IRT is not up to speed. That's wonderful. Is that? When traffic's good, it's only like 30-something minutes. Well, okay, so we took the IB low. We have, we've now pulled back to the 50, or the 25. We should be pulling back to the 50-ish. Let me just see what I can see. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. Let's see now, be able to trade here. Let's do that. Well, I missed the pullback up here. Just walked back in from the school run, or the work deal, TAM, anyway. Now I'm trying to figure out what to do there. Well, typically by the data, it would be a short right here, actually better at the 50. Torch right here and down we go, but I don't know if that's we've got buying going on down here. Selling, I'm sorry. Long liquidation. What are these? 50, 75? I'm gonna stand by here until I get my feet on the ground. I don't like to walk back into the office cold and start clicking the button like I'm killing snakes here. That's not a never turns out to be a very good. Never has a happy ever after ending. What are we doing? Is there some sort of news going on or something I'm not aware of here? That's one thing about being behind God's back on those in the car. It's just, who the hell knows? Get around the top up here, up towards this half. That's probably a short. I don't know though. You never know. Let's see here going on with the rest of this. I see IRT is still playing nice. That's convenient. Cash. Retracement. Let's get going here. What did we get for the IB? Well, the system took a trade. My little groovy system over here. Whoa, 46 handle. Wow, 10 points a level here, a zone. And what did we do? We put in the high first. What did we do here? So our zone is 25 and our 0.6, okay. Custom, shmustum. So the IB is 6. Monday. No, wait. Yeah, it is Monday, isn't it? Hope if I knew what frick day it was, I guess. Huh? Okay. High form first, low is 93%. We already did that. The retrace. This has got me a little spooked right here. I was going to get short right there, but I'm now going to probably regret that I did not. Timing is everything. Ah, shit. Now it's chasing, and I don't want to do that. I just really missed the opportunity right here. Banking on, I was looking for this right here. I've got the zones and the levels put in now as they're supposed to be for the data. And there's the system took this one. I'm just, here to make believe this thing. What is this all about? Well, I would like to see this get into the low volume node right up here above developing value area high. And then this action here is not conducive to shorting, I don't think. But then that's just me trying to figure this out, probably. I guess this is a bar, but I would think under the context that it would be going out, that the trade would be up. A breakout and retest here. I don't know what to make of this. So I'll stand by. Is this a bull flag? Or is it just bull, you know, starts with an S and ends with an it? I would think they're going to get around the top of this to the low volume zone up here, maybe to the mid, but that's, you know, there I am thinking again. Got to step away here for a minute. I'll be back as quick as I can. Well, was I right or wrong? I guess I should have not waited for the mid, huh? Definitely not a short right here or right now. Again, no, I've got 1 point high. Okay. Oh, there's that mid. Well, what are these guys trying to do here, huh? What are these guys trying to do? God damn, IRT, come on. It's just irritating. Well, timing is amazing. Would seem to me that context has changed. Maybe the tanker's turned. I'm a little spooked about taking a short here. What the hell was that? Ah, damn. Well, I guess I should have been more vigilant. Can't argue with the boss, though. When she says she needs to do something, then we need to do that. That's the way, that's the responsive behavior that IRT should have. But we still didn't get to that previous POC right here, which is 50, at 50. Ooh, now she's got food going, so now I'm in extra big trouble. Well, I am just kind of hanging in the balance here. It's a Monday. It's a fun day. Had the TAM run, that's over with and successful. Now at 1:30, I gotta go out again and get her. I'm just apprehensive, and actually I'm gonna not jump on one of these. I had thought about the mid here. Wasn't here when this crossed over. The short, per the data, the short is the 50. And this is Monkey Boy busy telling me all about why I ought to be doing something else. Yeah, you know? And this is one of the TLab setups, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That's the mid VWAP VPOC. So that's, that's one. what is that? 20, there's 5, 6 handles. All of which are valid as long as you have verified them and done the homework yourself. Verified yourself that it really is true. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying you should do that yourself. I should do that myself. Remember that I talk to me here. Yeah. I have no idea at this point. I'm going to wait for the 50 if it pulls up there, or perhaps a little above it into this low volume area. I'll short it if I'm standing here, and I'm going to go stuff something down my throat right at the moment. So the squeeze, is that what they're doing? I just didn't feel right about that short. I realize that discretion is a kiss of death for systematic trading, but also so is losing money. I don't know how to balance that out. Go away, go away. Thank you very much. Thank you. What am I doing here? There we go. Well, wonder how many people just knew that this was the bottom. And I can see I can see the logic. Test 2 or 3 times, spike up, spike back down, but can't get any lower. I can understand that, but obviously I didn't do it. It's against counter trend trade, which isn't a very good idea. I don't think. Now, it would have been great so far. And the same thing on the top side up here at the open. I have no idea. My litmus test for this is always, what would you go long right there? Is that screaming long to you? Or this? Oh, wait a minute. Or that? Is that screaming long? To me, it's not. Sorry. What I was saying was that I can't really see that, but I can see, and I do understand. I guess I just can't bring myself to pull the trigger, that this is a reversal pattern, they say. When you get a W shaped here, or an A, B, C, when the price exceeds, closes above this center point, that's a confirmed reversal. This would make you kind of pucker. And then, oh boy, wouldn't you be excited? I don't know. The problem for me with this price action is it's so clear and logical in the rearview mirror. I was just going to say, and I have said previously in here for the last week or two, I got to get off dead center and start taking some discretionary trades. Mean reversion, asymmetrical trades is what I'm thinking, until I get more statistics, more stats actually verified and vetted, because I can't just stand here with this IB thing and not, I can't keep it up. And of course, okay, is that the low? Is that the outside edge where you do an asymmetrical trade? Or how about, is that? And you could say the same for right up here on the opening swing. I suppose, I don't know. I'm going to have to just really, I'm not going to be doing these Globex streams anymore. I didn't find anything really tradable for me there. So I'm going to really focus on these mean reversion asymmetrical trades, discretionary for sure, but that's what I'm going to do in that period of time. Got to do something. Well, that was good. Okay. Look at this goofy profile. Or am I looking at the wrong thing here? Crazy. Now this is the volume profile, don't forget, and this is the market profile. So this is not a string of singles across here. This is just no volume, and that's what is reflected over here with this strip through here going past the previous high, and value area high is right up there at the top. Yes, that's correct. And there we are now, almost. The open was there. How lovely. Well, that 50 level came and went, didn't it? What is going on here? Is the volume high? 742,000. Well, that fast market thing was a joke. Oof. Note to self, never do that again. I must be out of, I must be stopped out of everything over here. No, not yet. I don't remember what I don't remember how I have it set up, to be honest with you. There's the sell. I'm thinking that the stop is right here, but I don't remember. Or a percentage. I guess I could look. Lazy fart. Okay, and it's the retracement. Points. 25, 50. Yeah, percent of IB, and then 50 and okay. So it's the percent of the IB. So 50% of the IB is here because these are 20. These are each 25%. So we're in here. Then 50 is up here. So the stop is at the up here at the 25. And T1 would be here. No, T1 would be 50 below and another one below that. I thought I was supposed to have those levels plotted. I gotta go fix that. It should be plotting the stop and the targets. I thought, let me look. Oh no, it's not even added here at all. I got to do that. Okay. Who's doing what here? Let's see if anybody else is having fun. I don't know if this makes any. This is a spot gamma or that gamma. And hedge walls, they say 7608 as a hedge wall. Wait a minute, that can't be right. 75. What the hell instrument is this? What's this? SPX. I don't know what any of this stuff means, but it's probably cool and it's probably important. Supposedly, this is what really drives the market. Are the options market makers. And if I heard a long dissertation about it, if it gets into the calls, one going one way, they have to sell to remain hedged, and if it does the other thing, they have to buy, and that's what makes our price go up and down. Boy, everybody's got a... Ooh, look at us go. I'm busy reading the TLab thing, and here we go. They better hurry because I'm running out of gas here. I think this would qualify as a bar trade right here. You see this little consolidation? I'm not putting words in the static boy's mouth, but and then we had a breakout and a retest and shorten the direction of the market. Except the problem is not in the direction of the market because the direction of the context in the last 2 hours is up. So this is contrary. And perhaps this is a reversal. Boom, boom, boom. Lower high. So if you want to look at it real basic, it's lower highs and lower lows. And below it, down here, from here up, it was higher lows and higher highs. Maybe it's just that simple. I think people actually trade it that simply, and that's probably... I'm probably my own worst enemy, frankly. And of course, I spot this and come to these epiphanies way too late, and I'm not going to chase. I mean, I learned the hard way. That lesson, I'm not going to chase or overtrade or whatever else. FOMO, all the monkey boy's favorite tricks. Uh-huh. I need one good trade here, and then I'd have 3 for 3 today. That'd be pretty cool. 3 of my favorite things to do. And just got one left, and that's the trade thing. If you want to look at it in terms of trading, it's higher lows and higher highs. So it's a trend line. I don't know if you can do that. You know, one of the things that would be handy about Bookmap, while I'm in a dialogue with them about this column here, maybe I'll ask them. Or maybe somebody that knows how to code can do this. I don't think I could figure it out, but maybe. A way to like put these levels or other tools that you want to have into Bookmap without having it pushed from anywhere else. Now, the problem with any of the session prices is it's impossible because Bookmap doesn't really have historical data. It brings its historical data in from the, I guess it would be in the database. It brings it in from IQ feed. I mean, if you can scroll back here and see there's the overnight. Look what we're doing here. We just came down to this consolidation, and that's as far as we got. And again to this one, and now to this one from the ETH session. But if you can scroll back this far and see, you know, every one of these is a session. Remember Blue Boy, right? So here's the RTH. you should be able to have RTH highs and lows. I would think that data's got to be in there somewhere because this thing has done it. Whether it knows that this price, whether it just remembers price and time, likely. So does it know that this is the high of that RTH period? Well, it does for my RT, but does it know that from Bookmap? Could it know that from Bookmap? Wouldn't it be a pleasure to not have all this other layered on crap and be able to just do this? It would for me. Well, there's the end of the RTH1 here, basically. So my mouse clicking burger, desire has just backed way off. That first period is where the opportunities lie, as far as I'm concerned. In the noon hour, definitely. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I got launched on that tirade. Sorry, I was friend line. That must be a friend line or something. Channel. Line. First thing I'm going to do here is turn off the trade control panel, because if I accidentally click anywhere in this column, I have a trade or an order on, whether I meant to or not. Yes, that's the voice of experience. As recently as last week. Okay, let's play with some of these drawing things here. Line, what's a line do? I think the line does that. Yeah. Okay. What's the channel thing you do? I got it on the wrong. Oh, I get it. If it's an up channel, you got to go on the highs, and if it's a down channel, you got to go on the lows. I'll bet you money. I'll bet that's it. Boom. Of course, like with all of them, you can put it any frickin' place you want. And how do you make it? How do you spread it out or something? Okay. What else do I have over here? Rectangle, ellipse, text, channel, single, figure, smurf, whatever the hell it is. Well, I don't think there's anything there I can't live without. Look at here. What the hell was that? Did we go to war? Did we end the war? Did Trump declare war on Minnesota or something? I mean, Jesus. What a mess. What a world. Okay, turn this back on. Yeah, what was that? Was that just a... What was that? A fat finger? What? I couldn't tell you. Must be news. Let's look at the news. Let's look at the snooze. Ah, yeah, there we go. Oh, well, there you go. Trump is, declares war on somebody, bombs them, kills their leader, disfigures his son, kills his whole family, and has decided that if they retaliate and one of our soldiers is in harm's way, that's not fair in his opinion. Jesus Christ, don't start a war. You know, I mean, what is wrong with this moron? I'm sorry, but somebody was playing the campaign speeches of this guy all of whenever the hell that was, two years ago now. We're pulling out of all wars. We're going to stop all wars. We're going to end any existing wars. We're never going to start a war. Out of his mouth over and over and over again. Prices are coming down, all of this stuff in the campaign. And about the first thing they did was, start a war, which has raised the prices and disrupted the supply chain. No, the tariffs were the first thing to disrupt the supply chain. Really amazing. And of course, oil is spiking like crazy because not only is the Hormuz closed and America can't open it, but there's ships burning in it. Now we're going to spend billions of dollars and build pipelines. I'm a taxpayer. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is not have a war there. I didn't want to have a war there to start with. I don't want to have a war there now. I don't know when the rest of the people in my shoes stand up and say that. Maybe never. That's my basic feeling on the subject. And I don't care. I mean, politically, I don't mind. I don't care one way or the other, but this has been a mess. Everything they've touched is a mess. Look at the damn reflecting pool, for Christ's sake. And he's paid millions of dollars to two of his friends. One is his neighbor in Mar-a-Lago to do the original painting, which was a mess, which didn't work. Then they brought in a company from Ohio who this neighbor of his just happens to be a major investor and on the board of, that's going to put in a ozone treatment plant for a couple of $3 million, which was a complete failure. But you can bet your butt that they were paid, and they were paid with American tax dollars. It's really amazing. Quite amazing to me. Well, guys, I'm going to, I guess I'm still broadcasting. I don't even know. Sounds like it. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to just stand by. That was another Trump dump. You can take that to the bank. Can't you? Almighty. And then here we come back up again. Oh, well, it's not going to be such a problem after all. We don't care if we kill a few people. Let's get some oil. Let's raise the price of oil. Back we go. While I'm on these rants, I guess, this story with Mitch McConnell, the governor of Kentucky keeps going, I haven't heard anything yet. When am I going to hear something? Why the hell aren't you on an airplane and march into the guy's hospital room and say, are you dead yet or what? I mean, geez, it's ridiculous.
completely ridiculous. And obviously the Republicans aren't going to say anything, because if Mitch McConnell has not been pronounced dead before the 13th of August, then it has some big interplay with them being able to keep his seat, or, you know, appoint someone else, or there's some drama around that. Well, that's obviously what they're trying to do. But why is that? What's wrong with this governor? Why doesn't he just get on an airplane, fly up to D.C., and go and walk into Bethesda there and go, I want to see McConnell. I don't care if he's on 16,000 machines or not. I want to see the guy. Is he alive or is he dead? That's all I want to know. What are they going to do? Tell him no? You know, it's just ridiculous. Instead, this melodrama plays out on the social media about, I haven't heard anything yet. I'm not sure what to do. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Really crazy. What a world. What a world. Boys, I'm going to, looks like everybody's dusted off, and that's good. Early on, too, 9:30-ish. All right. I'm sure that the Tom stream is rocking along, and you're all, I can't keep up with those anymore. I find it, I've lost the thread of some of the logic there I've discovered. Not anything wrong with it. I'm just confuses me. So I'm going to mute off here and be right back.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay. What are we doing here? Nothing. Well, let's see here. What did we do? Well, we did the 50 and down. Okay. That would have been the, that should have been my entry right there. I mean, this is back, you know, hindsight, of course, but. Yeah. Oh, well. Keep plugging. I'm going to head out here for TAM in another 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Hmm. Oh, and Well, I forgot to put on back, so I keep forgetting that. I'm going to slide out and get Tam. I'll be back in a little bit here. Hopefully, she's on time today. Trade safe. If I'm not back by 3, I'll see you tomorrow at 8. Actually, I'm going to probably, well, I'll put that in the text. Never mind. All right. Well, that was fun. So the market has continued to sell off. That was the trigger right there. And we are, life's what happens when you make other plans. What can I tell you? This is, yeah, I guess I'll just wrap it up here. Thanks for coming by the stream. I'll see you tomorrow at 08:30. And yeah, have a good one. I think everybody's probably gone now, but me. So yeah, whatever. Well, all the best. Yeah, have a good one. See you tomorrow at. I may be late a little tomorrow to do one final check on this lag story. The stream may start about 1 hour later. I'll see. Just